Hey, what is up? Welcome back. Another stream. We're continuing working on a project we were working on yesterday, which is building a new feature of the Maybe marketing website. It's a bounty that they published yesterday, and I'm going to continue working on it today. That's the plan. I'm just checking that the stream is all good. We haven't dropped any frames. All working there. Good. If you haven't managed to catch some of the streams yesterday, then we're working on this financial freedom calculator. That's what we're currently working on, and this is the spec we're building. This is what we've got so far. So we can go to tools, we've built this page, need to do some design work, but structure is there. And then we have the actual page where we have our calculator. We can fill in some details, click calculate. And slight tweak from where we were yesterday. I'll show you the code. I've just made some tweaks so we've actually got some more of this working, but it works out based on $150,000 or pounds savings, 6,000 whatever monthly expenses, and a growth savings rate of 3%. Then you'd have 3 years and 11 months of freedom until you'd run out of money. Probably not quite enough. Maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway. That's what we've done so far. We still have the graph to add in and then tidy up and fix up a bunch of stuff, the code and the design. But it's coming along. So I'm going to keep working on it today. I don't know, do I need to add /live or something? Like, I don't know where I add this. Do I add it on here? I don't know. /live stream. Do I just do it again? Do I comment there? I don't know. This bit I don't know. This still confuses me a little bit about where I'm supposed to add this live stream. Comment /live stream once live. I think it makes sense to do it on the PR itself. We'll just comment. Who knows? Algora seems to pick it up here anyway. So cool. I think it's just taken the... I mean, that's the same again. I guess this just refreshes to be whatever the live one is. I don't know. Anyway, that's what we've got so far. I'll show you a little bit of what I've changed since that last session yesterday. Mostly just refactored this countdown controller. I added in targets for years, months, days, hours, minutes and seconds. And then further down here we move some stuff around, so our update now grabs the duration. There's a separate method for generating the summary content, and then this update just sets all of the targets to the appropriate thing. In fact, I can tidy this up even more now. I can get rid of these or zeros. In fact, let's just do base 0. Get rid of those because we don't need them. Summary content now does the removing of the leading zeros and slices off the first two, and duration literally just calculates the duration, so it kind of broke that down a little bit nicer. Then yeah, so now we separate these targets. The other part is here. We kind of have this structure in place for the years, month, days, hours, minutes, seconds, each one of those units. And we just have the countdown target there. I wonder if it makes sense to just have a dash in there, just as change inside tag, dash, change inside tag, dash, 4J, change inside tag, dash. Not that that will make much difference because it gets rendered straight. Yes. So that's what we changed there. It just tidies up that and gets us closer to the design. In fact, let's load up the design. I want to make sure I've got my Figma file open. We've got examples. Okay. And And yes, so here's where we're at. This is the bit that we've built so far. Again, I'll come back for the styling. I kind of just want to get functionally in there. I don't particularly like this if condition, the way it's set up. I'm wondering if it makes more sense to have separate templates based on the state. I don't know. I haven't really decided on that. Yes. There we go, that's live. Sorry, I got distracted for a second there. Right. Happy with that. I wonder if it makes sense to have that as optional, but leave that as it is. I think my next thing really is pulling in the graph, I think, the chart. It's either that or committing what I have. Maybe I should just do a quick review before I get too much ahead. Let's stage everything, and then I'll look through it. The input map makes sense. I don't know why I'm doing it in reverse. The tailwind, we added the form field, styles, yes. Application controller, we added our form builder, got our form builder, form helper. We've got our render tools helper, our countdown controller, our calculator controller, template renderer, and the actual template for that, partial, and then the rendering. So perhaps I commit this as add initial calculator and countdown. And then we'll push that. Right. So then if I go on pull request, that should now be in there, yes. This calculator is still a mess. We're going to come back and tidy it up, I think, once I've got the graph in. I think the chart is the next thing. So there is this time series chart controller in this separate project. It has a lot going on for this. I don't know, because this has stuff like trends. We don't have trends here. Also, this is bars. I'm pretty sure this is like a line chart. I don't think we're going to be able to get away with just copy pasting this. I mean, maybe we copy paste it and then edit it. see. Want this to be as reusable as possible, so future mini tools are fast to build. Keep that in mind as you work. See how we've implemented D3 over in the main app. So I'm kind of curious about the other tools that we might create at some point, because this one's a line chart. That one's not using any kind of graph. That's completely different. No graph there. No graph there. No graph there. So we potentially have two kind of graphy chart type things. Is it a graph or a chart? Let's just, you know, sometimes we're just curious. When is a graph versus a chart? I don't know. It's not really the best way of writing that, but graph, visual representation of data points, shows relation between x and y, two axes. Yeah, I'd say this is a graph. Anyway, not really that important for building it, but you know, sometimes think about it. Okay. So we will at some point want to do that, and at some point want to do this. It'd be good to see what this creates, like how close does this get us to where we want to be. We're also going to need to import D3. And the tailwind colours as well. So maybe okay. BCM. Hit check out. So I'm just going to try and run the main project here. Hit fetch upstream. Hit rebase upstream main. Hit push. That's just to get my repository up to date. And then I will do Rails DB drop. Probably makes sense to bundle install. ASDF install Ruby 3.3.1. Just to stop this from complaining. While that does that, I'm just going to read through some of the code that's going on here. See, this has stuff like draw trend line. It looks like the resolution on this chart is years and that one months, and it's like year 1 to year 25. It's relative as well, it's not absolute. I mean, this is also relative, but also just ends up with an actual date at some point, so we can map those from today. One of the other things I wanted to look at really was this UI kit, like how have they broken down the UI kit data display. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here. Looks like a bunch of stuff got collapsed into itself. My computer's fan's actually running. Never actually heard that before. I'm still trying to install that version of Ruby. Use labels value. I think I'm just gonna have to try and use this and then work out from there. I'd rather keep it similar to what's already existing, so if people are working across these projects they can be familiar with it, but I also think probably gonna have to do track mouse for showing tooltip. Where was the example? Yeah, see that has that gradient effect on it as well. It's probably more like the trend line. Yeah. How's it going? Are we gonna do it yet? Yes. You have configured days, you have to reserve downloaded files. Okay, I don't really care. As long as I can do Rails or bundle install. Yeah. Now I'm running this project, so I've already done my end file. I'm assuming it's not really changed. There's a bin/setup and a bin/dev. And then there's also demo data reset as well. I probably want to drop the database, reset, get into a blank state so I can see some example data as well. Also, just going to check 9369. 9369, cool. It looks like the Algora chat is working a little bit smoother today. I was having some issues with that yesterday. Oh, did they manage to merge those or something? Oh, cool. Yeah, I was having some issues yesterday, but it looks like they've managed to solve those. Right. Rails DB drop. Probably want to reshim Rails actually. Okay. Rails DB drop. How is it? bin/rails DB drop. And then bin/setup. Dev user at maybe.local and password. Did it? It ran anyway. It's gonna struggle, I believe, considering I'm also running that there. What was it? Where's the credentials? User at maybe.local and the password. What have we got? We've got, see, these are taking the bounty home today. That is the plan. That is the plan. Just have to do the D3 stuff first. And then tidy up the design, which shouldn't take too long. This won't have the lines in the same way, and it's also a line chart, not a bar chart. I'm also curious about how the data gets passed to it. Value is too large to edit. Fine, I will $0.dataset. What is it? It's time series chart value dot get. Is it? JSON.parse $0.dataset.time series chart value. So values is like an array of objects which have a date and a value and a trend. So there's a lot in here we won't need. Interesting, the chart breaks there, but anyway. I probably want to do something like that, where there's a date for each. Control C on that. Command V. We'll switch over to this project again. Work on the marketing website. Okay. What do I want to call the controller? Oh, the other thing I needed to check was the import map config. Do I assume that those last three are things for D3? It's under the comment D3 packages. But if I copy those, bin import map help date because I don't want to pin the packages because I've just manually added them there. There we go. So that update is picking them all out. Okay. That gets me all of those. And then tailwind colors in the right place, right? Yeah, cool. And I guess I'm creating this time series chart controller, but it'll be something else when I use it. D3. What do they call the one here? Time series chart. Time series bar chart. Bin, rails, G, stimulus, time series bar chart controller. Okay. And then, where is this used? Time series chart. So it's just a div, and then I think it has to have an ID, and then it has to have some sort of size as well. And then some data value. I'm gonna grab this, and we're gonna take it over. And I think I'm just gonna dump it, not there, there for now. I'll see if I can get away with those. I actually wonder if it's better to do ERB here. Tag.div. Empty. And then do something like data controller. And then just do some empty JSON for now. A refresh, reload console, time series bar chart. We expected to see some console errors at this point. It does look like it's in the page because it's there. It is actually rendering an SVG, an empty SVG. So it's trying to do stuff, but obviously there's no values. Height of 0, this is where it had to have a height. What did I do before? Height full. Height. Tailwind, CSS. Sizing. Size isn't the right thing. Height. $96, maybe. Just for now, just so that it actually has some height. No, that's not where we add the H96. There we go. It's rendering something, at the very least. Obviously that then gets rid of that, but that's fine. There was something else that I need to add in here, which was the use labels value, use tooltip value. Don't know what those are, so I'm gonna, oh no. Time series bar chart use labels value true. Series bar chart use tooltip value true. Was it like that? Use tooltip. Close enough, you know. We were fairly close. I don't think I want that there. Still not showing a tooltip, but there are also no values. Just want to be able to quickly switch between those, so I've added that to my harpoon. Okay, use labels, use tooltip. The default of those are true, so I just shouldn't actually need them. Because the defaults are there. Send sign. So what goes on here? We install, we disconnect, and we tear down. Reinstall, we tear down and install. Tear down just sets a bunch of the properties to null, and then it removes everything from D3 container. Install, normalize the data points. So at the moment that takes those values, and if they don't exist, sets them to an empty array, and then sets them all there. So already our kind of data structure here needs some work because it's kind of wrong. I think I'm going to have to figure out that data structure a little bit. Just go to the top of the file and we'll hard code a data structure up here. Data. just to prototype it out. Values. I see. I don't think I need anything other than the values. Oh. Date. Value currency. Probably useful to have the currency in there. We have more than one data set here. We've got two separate values we need to include. So how do I do that? Have a look at the example for... Do they have an example here that kind of matches what we want? I guess I just want a stacked bar chart. Where's their data? There's their data. Age, population. What are they actually showing here? What's stacked? Age. And then population. Right, okay, fine. So they've got multiple things for, yes, a state, age, and population. Column, slice, one. Building a chart is one thing. Building a chart that you try and keep in a way that is easy to dynamically update for other use cases in the future is kind of another challenge. Because we could just say this accepts our savings remaining. So we've got 1,000. We could say we've got monthly right, and we could just have those as our values. Maybe that is what we should have. Just have that. Kinda hoping that... There we go. So there is some dummy data that we can come back to. And change this to type object default example data. Just for now. We'll get rid of that when we get to it, but now we should have issues. No, okay, it's still kind of just ignoring some of this detail. So we've got our dates, we've got the savings remaining, monthly expenditure. We normalize the data points. So we're kind of ignoring value and currency. They don't exist. That's the current size. That's just drawing a chart, an empty one or a one that's not empty. It's odd to me that it's here. I feel like the width, it should be centered? Oh, it is. It's just not width full center. What happens if I width? Oh, maybe I need to just do flex 1 on this. There we go. I think that's all I needed to do. But on here, this needs flex 1. There we go. And now that's in the center like it should be. Where I expected it to be in the first place. Now go back to here. So at the moment that draws an empty chart. Normal data points, length 2. Normal data points is after it's normalized it. This data values we are setting at the moment, so I need to unset that so we can use the default. Now I get the errors that I expected because there is no trend, there's no direction, all of that issue exists. We're going to kind of remove some of those. Now we're drawing the chart. We're not drawing the empty one. That's the empty state chart. It'd be nice if we could break this down in a way that's not so overwhelming. Draw the trend line. It uses the element ID. We don't have an ID on this element just yet. So that's something I need to add. That will do. Still, that's not the error that I was actually having though. We don't have a trend color because we don't have trends. Maybe I should just go through and remove all of the trend information from here. It's just a very different chart. And there's no way of saying, hey, I don't want to use trends. Use labels value, use tooltip value. So trend line is just the line. I think that's just actually the line. Draw gradient below trend line, x-axis labels. I don't know what this trend line split refers to. What x-axis labels? What is the error I'm actually getting? It's referring to direction, which is when it gets the trend direction, tries to get the trend color. I need to think a little bit about naming here because we're talking about trend and trend just does not apply here. So what have we got? We've got data set. Let's just explore a little bit with ChatGPT. I'm trying to render a stacked bar chart in D3.js. Trying to get my head around terminology. Needs a quick refresher. What's the term? Describe the different stacked element as a set. Is that right? Is it? Series. Series is the term, right? Collection of similar segments across multiple bars. Not Siri, which just triggered when I said that, but series. So any series. Series. I wonder if it makes sense to have like series how would that work? Like const example series. I feel like it makes sense as an array. And then it's like name. Something like that. What you're doing is basically saying, okay, I've got this data and it all has dates, and then I've got these two series I'd like to show from that data, and here's configuration for those series. And in this case it's green and grey or whatever it's going to be, right? In fact, what are these colours? Pink 500 and blue 600. So the savings is blue. Pink. Those are the example series. There's the data and there's the series. So then when it comes to drawing this, draw series. Data. Because now it makes more sense that actually when we get down to... I'm not sure what the split is yet. Is that not just the points there? No, because this is the point. I'm going to change trend to series here. Series color. Although actually this doesn't work right because the trend color is for the entire chart. Wherever it is, trend color. Whereas this is so like, yeah, because trend is for the whole art. Sometimes it's easier to write this from scratch. I want to just maybe try and render. At the moment I render and it errors. Trend direction. Return flat. Let's see how close I can get to having expected number. D. Okay, D, the value here should be the savings remaining or something. I want to render something. Cannot read properties of undefined reading direction. Where did we get that? Tooltip trend color. We'll just do flat now. Datum dot savings remaining. Value. Tip template. Tooltip value. Tooltip template. This is the tooltip template. It can't read value. Oh, this one maybe? I mean, delete that for now. We're not using the percentage signs. Okay. I'm not sure why we're not getting a line, but we get... Oh, because we're expecting a number. There's still somewhere where we're doing like dot value. Um, okay. It's not particularly what I want exactly anyway, so I'm wondering how much of this I just get rid of and just use as like a reference. Add ticks. Ahoy! Ahoy! How's it going, Chop? I really don't enjoy working with D3. Good, stripping more decking, had a brief look at getting the train from Kings North. Fair. I think that's probably the closest. Might be the best option, I don't know. Track mouse for showing tooltip. I see, so as I move it, it removes the existing guideline, renders a new guideline. Big circle, small circle. Okay, that's the kind of big circle, small circle. They both have the data point circle class, and then the tooltip itself also gets rendered at that position. And then when you leave, it stops rendering them all. Yeah, Google Maps kept trying to take me back down to London and up. Oh, really? Maybe not the best option then. Would you be able to get to like Birmingham or something from MK? Yeah, it's weird like to get from MK to another close station, and I can get the same train north or this evening, or it starts to rain. Fair enough. I'm quite happy with how the tooltip renders. Draw tooltip's an interesting one. Because we draw the tooltip and then we track the mouse for showing the tooltip. So what are we actually drawing in this draw tooltip? Oh, okay, it actually just adds... It sets up the div that we then insert into the page. And then we give our reference to this tooltip. So then when we're tracking and adding in the tooltip, we are just grabbing that reference of the thing we already have created. I'm quite happy with the tooltip and how the tooltip works. If I put that out, interesting, this gradient below the trend line. X scale. That's just the date stuff, right? Maybe it has to be value for this like datum. R. Is there some like docs somewhere? D3 path. I need to spend some more time at some point actually digging into D3 because I'm not that comfortable with it. Dayton. Let's say you have some code that draws per 2D canvas, D3 path. Let's create this exact render to an SVG. Well, it's not a path, it's a D3 group. Is the D3 group. Create main group. D3 SVG. Create main SVG. D3 container. Where's the D3 container set? D3 select. Get or set element data without joining. So I imagine it's that. The value is specified, sets the element bound data to the specified value and also. Do they have an example with like line index chart? What on earth is this? How does their data look? Docs. They have a bunch of things. The symbols will obviously be different, but the dates will be the same. D3 gallery is just like, I just want the simplest line chart or multiple line chart. Yes, something like that. What's their data look like? Fine, so a single array. And at some point, I'm imagining, is it the district or whatever that was, the division changes, date, division, unemployment, and we're doing something similar, which is no, hang on, we're doing something slightly different. But also equally similar. Does this run backwards? Unemployment is that. Does this take unemployment? Yeah, it does. So we're kind of reading this reverse. Interestingly, it doesn't use data. It does have data though. Binds the specified array of data of the selected return a new selection. Data is specified for each group in the selection of the selection of multiple groups, such as D.name, of course, it's this ID. I think I should just build this from scratch. Instead of trying to reuse the controller that already exists. This is probably the most challenging bounty I've tried to take on. I think I'm gonna start from scratch. I'm just gonna see where I get to. We'll refactor it later to be something similar. And we'll reference a lot of this stuff separately. But I think it's probably going to be easier if I build this from scratch rather than trying to have to comprehend everything that's going on all at once. There's a lot here though. Do you want to just take it? But I also need to spend some time. So, upload. The thing that's mad though is you look how much code is in that stimulus control and you look how much code is here to render this. Nowhere near as complex. We can stop. Right. So we already have the series and the data. We've got that up there. Happy with those. Series equals d3.stack. And what do they have here? So keys. Let's first take a quick look at stack in here. Stacking converts lengths of contiguous position intervals. For example, a bar chart of monthly sales might be broken down to multi-series bar chart by category, stacking bars vertically and applying categorical color encoding. Stack charts can show overall value and per category value simultaneously. We've not it's not categories that we've got though. Instead of being like fruit, apples and sales is that, what we're really saying is like fruit sales is this much, apple sales is this much. If keys specified sets the keys accessor to the specified function array, returns this stack generator. Because really, I guess the difference there is something like, instead of doing that, it would be like date 2021 01 and then having like type. I really don't want to call it type, but set savings remaining value, something like that would be a different way of doing it. I prefer this. I could map them though. I could reduce this array into the same format. Curious, I mean, I know we just deleted all of that code from before, but where's it gone? Dot line. That was the issue. Those two dot values there set like the min and the max of the scale, and that's why I wasn't seeing any data come through. So that would have rendered what I needed, but it still wouldn't necessarily be a stacked bar chart like this. But I'm curious about how line takes in the data. But I could have rendered multiple lines which are like queried for multiple sets of data. Areas on curves, lines, links. So I guess stacks make sense even if you were the bar chart. Grouped charts. Is this still a stack? Determine the series that need to be stacked. Now are those series used as the data? Append a group for each series, add a rect for each element in the series. So it takes the series data and then works out a color based on the key of that data. And then not sure what's going on here with capital D and the lowercase d. What is that? Code looks weird. Right. And then the X and the Y and the width. Where did this X come from? Oh, up there. The scale band. Right, because it works out the banding of all of the items on the X. So we have that stack, and then keys. Grabs an array. think that starts to make more sense. Our data is not like this, but I don't think it necessarily matters because we probably don't need to call value in this way. The default is to just get it from the datum's key. So when we're looking at this example, it uses this to actually get from a group, get the one which has that key. But we don't actually need to do that because our key is going to be the thing. So in our case, keys is just going to be the array of the values, right? Savings remaining and monthly expenditure. So what we're really doing here is probably that, which is those, yes. And then we can let value be the default because that's going to grab from there. Group by stack, then series key. Not really sure what this random take the data. Don't think we need to do this indexing. We will need to do something about the X and the Y. Okay, let's grab some of the stuff from here. It wasn't all useless. There was actually a lot in here that was really useful. Probably easier if I can see the colouring. Well, where do we start? We got we connect, we install. Running install normalizes data points, remembers the initial container size. So remembering the initial container size feels quite important. The D3 container is the first time we referenced that by the looks of it. Because I'm going to want the height and the width and the height in order to render the thing. Those are now using the D3 container. Makes sense as this get at the bottom. That just calls D3 on there. Now, because we've declared those, we'll set those up there. Never read because we've not got to that point yet. Then we draw. Let's assume we're going to draw the chart. And then we're straight into drawing the trend line, which means using this D3 group. Okay, what about some of this stuff though? I now have a width and a height. I'm not worrying about the margin. We want to create our SVG container. How are we doing that down here? Where's that happening? We've got our D3 container where we select the element, but then oh, there is margin. How are we setting that though? Okay. D3 SVG, create the main SVG. And create the main group. Since we don't call this, we only call this in two places, I think I'm just going to merge these into one function. I'm just going to refactor this a little bit. We're going to say if this return, which gets rid of those, and we don't need the else, and then we can just do change to T, change this dot D3 SVG memo is equal to that. And then we return and that's just something I have to make sure that I have at the top, right? I think we'll just create those at the top anyway. Just so that they're ready to go. That just memoizes the SVG so that we only create it once. That gets us something like that. An SVG with a width and a height, a view box, set to the width and height. We are not setting style on it, but don't we need to. Then we just return the thing we created. I don't know if I could just return That saves that line.
Told you I can't find the words, nothing makes sense.
I don't see why there would be an issue with that. Keep it with the thing. Right, so that's the SVG. Now, this version has like a group memo, like this D3 group. I don't see why we create a main group. Why do we create a main group? Has a transform on it. Margin left, margin top. Oh, I see. Okay, that creates a group that has the margins that everything's positioned in. Do they not have margin over here on this one though? They do, but then they have to factor that all into the range. Do we factor it into the range on here? Margin. Doesn't look like it. I think because we're doing it in a group, we just kind of go, okay, this is positioned here. D3 root memo equals null. Get D3 group. If otherwise return that is where we'll add in the margin. That means I also need margin somewhere. I think that's better than having like a separate method. Just like, okay, we're just memorizing and here's the actual creation, rather than having like a separate method that creates the group and this method that gets the grid. Just was too much. I'll do something similar for the tooltip, I think. D3 group. I don't like the idea of it just being called group. Body. body. Booty. It'll change. I'm not entirely sure. Body's a bit weird. Maybe group is better for now, and then I'll just come back later and maybe we'll stumble across something that makes more sense for that particular part. Starting to think this might bleed into tomorrow. You know, how long have we been going? We're going almost 2 hours now. Okay. Now we have our main group. That. Append a group for each series and a rect for each element in the series. And the horizontal axis and the vertical axis. I'm wondering this X scale D3 X Yeah, I probably want both of those. So how are those used? Those are used X, they create X and Y, and then those X's are used in a few places, like down here, X dot bandwidth and stuff like that. Hard to know how to structure this as well, like where to put them. I suppose scale makes most sense here. Normal data points. Again, that's where we're trying to normalize the data. I think. Let's comment that out now. This one. D3 container width. We've got the initial container width. Why are we... I see that actually gets us it taking off the margin and the height. That's what they're there for. Basically just bringing back everything one bit at a time. Where's the margin? I think this actually makes more sense as like group width, unless I rename that to D3 container, but then that's also an overloaded term because we actually have D3 there. Unless we change that to D3 element. What do the docs say? Like select. I'd like it if they gave me a name. Returns an empty selection. I suppose it makes sense because it's like, hey, this is the container. D3 element, because this dot element makes sense, and then we're just like, this is the D3 of the element. You have this dot element and this dot D3 element. And then you've got D3 SVG, which is the SVG inside the element. And then you've got the D3. Now I want to call this container because this kind of is what that is. D3 content. Because then this can be, I kind of want to avoid using the term container since it's used in the other one. D3 content width. And then let's continue some of this language stuff just to make sure there's consistency. Remember initial element size. D3 initial element width, initial element height. Those make more sense up there, I think. So these aren't D3. I'm trying to create a naming pattern here where if it's hash D3, it means that it's an element that's been selected. It has D3 wrapper around it. Like D3 content actually is returning something that's wrapped by D3. Content width and content height are just numbers, same as margin. So they kind of make more sense grouped together. I suppose that makes sense for the initial element height as well, like when we want to have that as initial element height. Those will also need changing elsewhere. Where else is initial? D3 in I. Also, they're container again, aren't they? Initial element width, initial element height. Yeah. D3. Is that right? Content. Some blasted by the sun. Okay. What's funny about this, actually, is this is just that. Pretty sure. Like if I grabbed a box at random on the page and just did $0.client width. So there's nothing D3 about this. This is just, hey, what's the element size? It's this. Okay. I need to work out the data. The data is an interesting one. I probably do need to normalize it. Hey, thank you for the message there about my affiliate anniversary. I completely forgot, actually. It did pop up at the beginning. I mean, I don't stream particularly consistently, but I've had affiliate for a few years now. But yeah, thanks for dropping by and the message. Music stopped. You're trying to find bugs in an open source project? I'm working on a bounty. So we work on this project called Maybe, which is a finance. Well, their homepage says it's an open source operating system for your personal finances, and there is it's an open source project, and they quite frequently do bounties on here using a platform called Algora. So they'll post up a kind of spec of some issue that they want, like a feature usually or a bug or something, and then they'll kind of give the requirements and the specifications, some of the designs, and then they'll add a bounty. So if I complete this, I get $300 if they accept and merge the PR that I make. And then there's an additional extra for live streaming as well. So I'm streaming it on Algora TV as well, which is like a separate platform, live stream platform. So I'm multi-streaming across there as well. Yeah, it's quite fun. Quite enjoy doing them. So this one's a little bit more challenging with the D3 graph chart library. But yeah, Algora is really cool. It's worth checking out. They have loads of projects, a lot of more Node.js type stuff, You can go online and see all sorts of bounties for all sorts of projects from Python, Rust, TypeScript, Scala. These are just some of the top ones on there right now. I haven't really contributed to any other projects, to be honest. I quite enjoy doing Rails and Ruby stuff, so, and there's not many of those on there right now. But yeah, there you go. You can see me working on that there. Yeah, it's quite a cool little platform, worth checking out if you're interested. So yeah, that's what we're working on. And the one they've got here is a financial freedom calculator. So we're building this new tool section of their marketing website. And this is the feature we're building at the moment. I'm trying to do the graph of this calculator. I need to work out how should I normalize the data point? Probably makes sense to have actual date type there. I wonder if there's a way of doing it better with stimulus directly. Like perhaps there's like on change callbacks. So perhaps I set a data value changed. And then we'll just set a normal data null. Is that right? Normal data points is an array. I think I probably should change this to an array as well, rather than an object. The trend and other stuff can come through as data. Value. That's the right way around, isn't it? Yeah, value and previous value. Value. There's our data. Normal data points. That's down here, isn't it? Let's just comment that out for a second. Normalize data. Okay. That gets me closer to having normalize data as it is set. I wonder if it makes more sense to just be like data. This data. Rather than data value. Okay. Right. Refresh. Oh, what have we gone wrong here? This dot data get attribute name for key. Didn't have that a second ago though. Maybe data is used for something else. Data. It's possibly conflicted in some way. Okay. Fine. So now we're back to where are we at? Something like this. This one. Series is probably in there as well. Want to do that. D3 X scale, D3 Y scale, get D3 series. Return D3 stack. And then this one is going to be something like that. This dot D3 series. this margin top. I think that's the way round it is. Yeah. So then we've got our series, our X scale, our Y scale. We'll have to do... I'll work colour out later. And then we're not doing the tooltip just yet. Then let's grab that for now. D3 content append, select all. The data comes from this .d3 series. And then the color will just... For now, we'll come back to that. Let me select, then we get this data D. He may not exist on there. Yeah, but it might. I want to see, like, what are we at the moment? S is not iterable. Console.log this D3 series. Keeps wanting to add that in. It's like it doesn't accept it. It's a get stack. Maybe I missed something. Must have missed something. This calls it. That's what that's doing. That calls the series function. Like this creates the like stack returns a function that I then have to pass in data to. So this actually gets called. It's not very clear with that code. I don't like how that works. I'm going to const stack equals that. Return stack this dot data. Not really sure what this index is doing though. grouping data. Maybe I don't need the stack. Constructs a new stack generator with default settings. See, I don't want this because I don't want this in. I don't know if I need this index. This dot hash data. X is not defined. 59. So the stack now gives me 2 arrays, which kind of makes sense. And inside each of those arrays is another array. Don't understand what's going on this part. E.key. See, there's no key. Oh no, there is key there, right? So that's that part. So it'd be useful to kind of understand this array structure a bit more. What's it trying to do here? We take the data, and then for each of those we create a group, which we fill with a grey rectangle. Then we select all the rectangles and then do something else. I don't really understand how this data bit works, but we take the original data that we already have and map it. X is not defined. I guess because this doesn't actually exist, because data is actually monthly expenditure or whatever, right? Like d.key. Oh, this X, obviously, because that's not that, it's D3X scale. And this one is this dot D3Y scale. Easier to do that, or is it easier if I do? Is it better if I just do const x equals that, const y equals that? X bandwidth. Now I took my X scale from the old chart, not the new chart, not this. Band scales, time scales. I need a width though. I see, so you pass it in a date and it will give you a X position based on the date, based on that scale. Whereas the band scales will have bandwidth as well. Constructs a new band scale with a specified domain and range, no padding, no rounding, and center alignment. I suppose there's no harm in it being dates, right? I'll just work out, like, what is the domain? And then the range as well. The range specifier sets the scale range to a specified 2-element array of numbers and returns the scale. So range makes sense because we're saying we want to keep it within this. Also, yeah, this is different, right? Because I don't actually think I can change it to change inside this. think I can do the same down here, right? With the range round. Good to know. The main bit is probably the more complex part. Domain specified, sets domain, specified array of values, returns a scale. I guess I can just change inside the function. Hey, thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it. I actually don't know how long it's been. Like, I streamed on and off so much. I'll have a look. Where do I go for it? Create a dashboard? I don't know. Affiliate. There's usually a notice somewhere, isn't there? I don't know. I can't remember when you did it. A few. I can't remember when I did it. A few weeks after you, I think. Yeah, they were very similar times. I think I had the Twitch affiliate badge at the second. Yeah, it'd been PUBG days. I must have had Twitch affiliate at the second TwitchCon we went, or the one that I went to, your first TwitchCon. So it would have been, when was that? 2008? See, 2018? Not 2008, that was a long time ago. But yeah, 2018. When we did the road trip. Yeah. That would have been 2018. Oh. I have a black square of sorts. It's not graph yet, but it's getting closer. This still the transcribing meetings project? No, I'm doing a bounty for a open source project called Maybe. It's a personal finance tool that's open source, and occasionally they publish a issue, a feature that they want building, and they upload some designs and stuff. And this is what we're building at the moment. And then whoever successfully completes it and gets the work done first, then gets kind of a tip for doing it, I suppose. The bounty. We're bounty hunters, and we're building a financial freedom calculator where you put in your current savings, your monthly expenses, and your kind of growth rate of your savings, and then it will work out how long until you're broke, basically. And we're currently trying to work on getting this graph. Josh, go fet. Exactly. This is the way. So yeah, I've done the countdown timer. I need to clean up the design at some point. But I'm now working on getting the graph working. I suppose 2021-01-01.
Starting to flow like a riptide, and you lie. The scene playing over in black and white, and it's all been a blur.
Not sure why it doesn't accept. There's January, February, March. There's 8. Ah. But April then has a different. Comes British summertime. So I think actually I have to make sure 2021, 03, 01. Cool. Yeah, there we go. That then gets given a scale, a banding on where those should go. But then the date isn't being passed in properly. Well, I guess because this is actually date like that, not 0. That looks a lot more like a bar chart to me. And the height is consistent on those, which makes sense because the monthly expenses go down 200 each time. You know, that's actually pretty close. Obviously the colours need sorting and some of the styles. I do something that broke this. Might be interesting to try and render that data now using the actual thing. Or maybe I should try and get the color in first. We'll get the color in first. It probably makes more sense to have the series as an object. This is going to break things very momentarily. Savings remaining like that. And then object.keys the only place I'm using at the moment. That gets me the keys. It also means that I can grab the series value and just get name and color pretty quickly. So I think this is D. So then I think I can go this dot series value D color. We have color. I wonder if it makes more sense to have at a class the this dot series value d dot key dot class. Not that there will be any right now, but I could then, instead of doing that, change to their class name. Could be something like Bill Blue 500. And then rather than having to import the Tailwind CSS, I can just use the utility classes from Tailwind. Bill Pink 500, and then this one was 600, right? I don't need those anymore. And we like it when we can remove code. Nice. So then that config can be set in yeah, the HTML. I'm going to need to add, because I'm not going to remember, this comment here, because without it, it makes not much sense. In a group for each series and a rect for each element in the series. Append the horizontal axis. I'm going to need to add some sort of lines. This doesn't add any lines. Oh, that's adding the ticks on the side as well though, right? Hmm. I wonder if it makes more sense to just bring this down with this stuff, and then we can have like a section which is like controller size, controller size, series and scale. But yeah, maybe makes more sense like that. So it's like that's where it's used. Width, height, margin. Like that's a concern. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I still need to work out what's that. That's that. Hmm. So I'm wondering about the size, because obviously our diagram only has this, which has a lot. I suppose the width just needs to get calculated based on whatever, right? Oh, do you want help going to there? There's no rounding at the bottom, but it has rounded on the top. So I want to figure out how I do that. That means rounding the last stack, the last group. What's best to do? Let's take this. Let's just ask ChatGPT, see what kind of garbage that throws to me. I want to round the top of stacked bars. Round them off. But ChatGPT has been having issues today. Gonna just take it off screen a second and then go maybe reset my cookies or something. Maybe that's the problem. Nope, still doesn't work. What about the desktop version? Because I have that installed. I don't know where it's gone. It's there. Hello? Looks like that also says no. So it looks like GPT down. It's unavailable for me. We try. Not sure this is going to work, but rock. It should only do this though on the top of the stack. Is a stack. mean, I'm in fun mode, but... What's this? Well, it's giving me random tweets. Okay. Okay. It's got this like D0 equals 0, otherwise it's 5. I don't fully know, but yes, basically, it got at RXRY. Let's just try that to begin with and see what we get. Yeah. It's rounding the bottom now. You know, not really what I wanted, but what do we want to do? Top corner will be RX5, RY5. Maybe I have to do RX and R. I find it interesting the way that it's done, like a group for these and a group for those. I want to see the series again. I'm kind of confused about how the structure works. So those are all zeros. And then there's like 0 and 1. Looks like I can get train from MK. There's one every hour, basically thinking of getting the 5:20 train until 2:30. Okay, dropping me off on your home. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll check Kaylee when she gets back, if that's okay. Just don't know what time she'll want me back. I don't know if we have any plans on Friday. But yeah, it sounds okay. Yeah. Probably be in a couple of hours' time, mate. Should probably finish work at 6 or 6:30 or something. This first, what's it? I still don't get the D1. It's that value that we're... Oh, I see. The stack is working out the... It's the range, right? There, it's 1,000 to 1,200, 800 to 1,600. So every time it's 200. Makes sense. Oh, good. I'm just looking at adding temp probe to Arduino software. Nice. Yes, the height, the y is that minus the y of that. Okay. Still not round corners though. How do I do the round corners? SVG rect round top corner. Corner pressure draw using path. Oh, I don't want to do a path because then I can't do the bloody... See. It's pretty tricky. Can I round it with CSS? No. Nope. Can't use CSS. That's actually a little bit tricky to actually just round the top of the bars. Okay, we're going to take a break from that. We're going to go back to the calculator. I want to try and actually, rather than doing this dummy data, I want to actually show real data. So we need to go into here. This calculator I'm going to have to refactor later. I'm just going to do some stuff here for now. Const data is months map. Because months is an array that I've pushed in each of the savings values. Yes. And then the date is I need to get the index. that's only going to work to a certain point, right? Because what happens at the end of the year? I don't know. Let's just see what it does. Also, it keeps manipulating the date. We get 38. Oh no, it does seem to work. July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Okay. And it works out all of the savings remaining. Okay. And fine. Will still work. Yeah. Actually, this is probably easier if I just do it as a div, because financial freedom calculator time chart pass H96. H96, and then the data controller time series bar chart, which I probably want to change the name of that, to be honest. And then we're going to do T atter data time series bar chart data equals months. And then I'm going to get rid of that. Sorry, take a quick pause there. This needs to be JSON stringify months. Data is probably value, right? Interesting graph. A negative value is not valid. No, so I probably need to normalize that a little bit. But yes, that is and if I had more, if I have more growth rate, then I'm financially free. I don't need to worry about it. But it's a bit more linear. If I don't have any savings growth, then it's a linear tool. If I have less more savings. probably have. That's kind of cool. I need to solve the negative value issue. Can't have negative values. And also now this one doesn't seem to work. If you have 1 million in savings and you spend 80 grand a month, that's mental. You need quite a high savings rate until growth rate until you quite happy with that. That's coming along quite nicely. Annoyed that I can't. Math.max. Take the largest of those two. That's a bit weird. So I need to do the tooltip, the labels, and the marks along the y-axis, the lines on the y-axis, and ideally figure out a way to round the corners, but I'm not entirely sure whether it's gonna be really worth the hassle. I think there's gonna be quite a complex. I think it's going to be quite complex to actually do that. Unless I can do like a clip path or something like that. Maybe a clip path makes sense. Maybe there's another way of doing this. Right rounded rectangle. But again, that's generating a path. Clip path. Horizontal corner radius, vertical corner radius. wonder if it makes more sense to make this a grid. Jumping around now, but change inside here, grid, grid, Tailwind, Command K, grid, template, columns. Auto columns, auto cols FR, grid flow col. Again, I probably should have. There we go, that one works better. So I have some styling to do on the text, but that looks a bit cleaner. What is the error when I do that? Like, it doesn't render the text anymore. I think it's something to do with the way the if condition works. Problem is you kind of, if you remove this, you kind of need to redo the tree walker. I need to spend some time on this to fix the issues that I have with that template rendering. I need to do this in there as well. So that's where maybe it does make more sense to have it as a tag.div. This is assumed it's that, but it's not. The at and again, Mason. Does that still work? I'm not sure. it was going to. Because in the template now, in the document fragment, no, see, it's it gets that. Rails tag div. I want to be able to set attributes. Options. Where do I find the... tag underscore options? Area value. Value's not nil. And tag underscore option. It seems to add it in just fine. The problem is it's lost the other parts. Right. Also, it's just data value. Oh, that's because that's there. Oh, I see. I've got it in the countdown now. It helps, you know, if you look in the right place, which is easier if you put it in the right place to start with. Yeah, calculate. No. Time series bar chart. Time series bar chart data value. What have I done? What have I done wrong? Oh, I'm missing a hyphen. A comma rather, not a hyphen. Example data is not defined. Shouldn't need the example data. You're right. There we go. We're back. We are back. Oh, and that bit's working now. Don't know why. A clef, isn't it? Okay. Cool. Happy with that. That's good. What do you reckon that might be the tooltip? Tooltip might be a good one to get in here. Just notice these colons as well between those. Have an idea for that? Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, I could use HTML. Is the gap between these? The width is 8 pixels. Justify space between. Just spaced. However, isn't it? That shouldn't do it like that. That should be doing 4 months, 17 days. Still annoyed that I can't round the corners. It just doesn't. Okay, I think. think I want to get grid lines. I need to do the labels as well. Like the legend. I don't know if we have a legend in the other one. Probably a good question. Ugh, making it responsive as well. X-axis labels. Maybe we do. Maybe it's the X-axis labels. Ticks. Ow. What are the other ones we're making here? Compound interest calculator at some point. Tooltip we can do. Let's go back to the code. Let's just see. Render chart. Bar chart. I think I'll just call this bar chart controller at some point. Oh, that was it. That's what I got really sidetracked there. On here, the reason I did all of this was because I also want to go in and set the time series bar chart theory value to JSON.generate I'm going to generate hash savings remaining. Last name. Fill blue 100 and expenditure or monthly. $500. refresh this. Cool. Now I can change that. Cool. The series and the data can be set here. So you just set what the series is and give it a name and a class name. And then you'll pass in the data. Cool. Okay. Now I've done that. Now we switch back to the chart. But let's just see, where am I at on here? I have a basic version of this. I think now is probably a good time to commit. Build, render, display chart with financial freedom calculator. Pushed. Build financial freedom calculator. Should have been the name of that. Yeah, but anyway. There's a lot of code here. So don't suppose ChatGPT's back. Yeah? I'm using D3 to render a stack bar chart. I have the following code. Just give it controller. I approach adding in grid lines. y-axis. Yeah, I was going to say, it probably makes sense to go this render grid lines. And then go down here, render grid lines. Those kind of are grid lines. Axis left takes the D3Y scale. Oh, and just picks it at like the ticks. So it says, okay, we're gonna have 5 ticks. I don't know how it ticks 5. Tick format. It's just empty. Okay, what did ChatGPT come up with? And this just did heading straight away. But otherwise... Oh, I see, okay. So this... I prefer that. Like, to do engine side there. The rest of the colour.
Here I go again. Thinking I could just
Also, it's not solid. So, like, what's the deal with the...
that I could do this on my own.
It thinks it's solid, but it's definitely not.
But every time the pain goes on, I need a shoulder I could lean upon. I really hope you'll be the one to save me. I really hope you'll be the one to save me. There ain't no one who could take up your place, yeah.
I don't want to do it by CSS. When ChatGPT's finished, we'll tell it, well, actually, we want to do tailwind. There we go. Stroke dash ray. Render grid lines. Get in there, get in there, get in there. Okay. Not sure what's with the thingy there. I imagine the order matters. I probably need to render the grid lines before I render the chart. Okay. Probably shouldn't give it a class of grid considering D3 grid lines. This domain piece as well. Like, where's
Breathe it in, don't hesitate. Succumb, let it seep in deep until it hits your face. It comes till you feel it. The sun will rise tomorrow,
I don't want that domain.
and we will still be here. You are alive, you are a reason why. You are alive, you are a reason.
Left orientated access. The given scale with empty tick arguments, a tick size of 6 and a padding of 3. Axis left. The meaning of the arguments depending on axis scale type. Most commonly, the arguments suggest a count for the number of ticks or a time interval for timescales. For example, generate 20 ticks at S prefix. I see. We don't need a prefix. Fine. So when we're looking at this, what we're seeing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, I said 5. In our code it says 5, right? Oh, it's 10 now. It didn't seem to really change. But the tick size probably has an impact, right? Size is specified as the inner and outer tick size to the specified value and returns the access. I shouldn't have done that. Fresh. Right, so tick size is like how wide should the ticks be? And the answer is all the way wide. That's tick padding. What about the axis padding? Also, actually, I changed it, but it doesn't. What did this do? Oh, yeah. What if I set this to 100? Do I get less ticks, more ticks? More ticks. 2. My computer is kind of struggling a little bit. So we end up with like 1, maybe 2. I still don't really get the way that tick size, not tick size, I know how tick size works. Don't quite fully get how ticks itself works. This method is a convenience function for tick arguments. This method has no effective scale, does not implement scaled ticks. Oh, I see, and then you can also set tick values. So I probably want I see, and then if I comment that out, I think what that will do is actually show me the number, but there's not enough space for it, I suppose. I need to let that page load before I try and click that button. That's actually a problem I need to think about because I don't want it to. But again, because my computer's going so slow. I need the JavaScript to have loaded before you can interact with that button. what I wanted to go is inspect on this. We'll give it a moment. DevTools is not happy. Yeah, see, there we go. There's text there. It's outside of the SVG, so you can't actually see it. But yeah, there's 20,000. Have less in there, maybe that'll help performance a little bit. Zero. 20,000, 40,000, 60,000, 100,000. How many have I got here then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $160,000. That's why you can't see the top one. Well, it is actually rendering a top one now. Hmm. Kind of annoying having that domain thing there. Like, I don't know if there's an easier way. That must come with the axis left. Did ChatGPT give me anything for this? I mean, it just does the same y-axis. I think it makes just as much sense here to do axis right. Ah, and then if I did axis right, then I probably set the tick size to a positive number. Yeah. Goss. Just don't even need that text. Like, fine. There are grid lines. I wonder about the gap. Does the number have to be more or less? I don't remember. That could be 1. That's the height. This stroke dash array. Oh, it's stroke dash array. I need to remember how the three, 5. Yeah, so yeah, it's the gaps, isn't it? So 10, 20, for example. Yeah. Now I just need to work out what the gap is here. Let's say it's 2 pixels. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 7. Or 2, 8, and then each one is 10 pixels, right? 2, 8. Yeah. Maybe 3. Doesn't look as clear on here. Okay. That's why I was looking at this. Made me think the graph was in the wrong orientation for a split second. Okay. We have ticks. I feel like it would be nicer if there was a bit more gap between some of these elements. But I think that's to do with the scale. Adding 2. 0.5. It looks closer. A bit trippy looking at it. Day and then June. The problem I find with D3 a lot of the time is I'm looking at it and it just feels like I'm having to just do everything from, like, I'm basically building the SVG myself. Which I guess is fine, but tooltip would be quite nice to get in. I think it'll add that interactivity element to it. I feel like I just need to. Yeah, really okay. Okay. So I'm probably doing D3 tooltip memo null get D3 tooltip. Similar to what I did, or what was done. So I didn't do this originally, but similar to what was done in here. There is tooltip template. So that's interesting as well. I don't need that, I just need this, right? If otherwise, take the D3 element and append D3 tooltip. Oh, and now I need to import the. Yeah, alright, fine. thought I could read this config import. Okay, guessing that worked. So now I have the D3 tooltip memo kind of set up. That is also happens to be color that I should have made the grid lines. So I think, what color were the grid lines meant to be? Alpha black 500. Close enough. It's weird when you look at these ones because they kind of like sometimes appear, sometimes hide, depending on the thickness of the thing. So we've got the tooltip there. I've called it render, but actually draw. I like the term draw. Okay. Draw tooltip. Like, how's that bit working? Draw tooltip. And then track mouse for showing tooltip. Draw tooltip. See, that just does that. But I'm going to do stuff with that anyway at some point here, right? So I think it probably makes sense to I see what the trend line split is now. We've got 4 hours into this and I've finally just worked out what this split is. When you're hovering, there is the left side and the right side of where you're hovering at, hence the split. You're splitting the trend line into 2 separate parts, and it's because I think what happens is the colouring is different depending on which side you're hovering on. Anyway, Okay. Don't want to do that. Let's just do D3 group over these. This D3 group D3 content. Need to work that out. Don't need the circle for this one. I will need the tooltip and I will need the guideline. Interesting how it creates this like separate group for the thing. Container height is just content height. I don't have the tooltip template yet. I'm gonna grab it now. So I need to, in here, probably render datum, or maybe even JSON stringify data, just so I can see what's going on there. We've got the date, the time format, tailwind colors. probably gonna work well. And then the mouse move logic looks like it's probably not gonna work. I mean, maybe it will. The thing that I'm thinking though is this is actually like series. I mean, that might work. There's no errors there right now, so doesn't seem happy. This D3 scale invert. Again, I don't think it works because I'm using the bars instead, right, instead of time. So I don't need a date to work up time. I'm just quickly take a short break and we'll keep working on it. I think but, I have to go actually, but I need to take a break first. So yeah, I'll take a quick break and then I'll be back in a moment and work out what we do next. high again. Yeah, I think I've got about 15 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna have to haul it. Or probably today. Not entirely sure if I'll do another stream later. And so it's probably gonna go on another day until I get this done, unfortunately. But it's looking very close. I'm kind of just have a lot of cleanup to do soon. Once I get bloody thing working. So, guess what am I trying to do? I'm trying to, as I move the mouse, work out. Can someone be watching this VOD and finish the bounty before you? They can, yeah. That is one of the. It makes it fun, but also it's like adds to the anxiety, I suppose, of doing the bounties. Yeah, they can swoop in. But if someone copied the code exactly, that's been done before. There was a bounty we did a while ago, and someone just copied all the code. They got banned. Can't just completely rip off someone's code. Banned from that project. I don't know if Algora are really checking it, but that project maintains it. So they could be watching this and they could take some ideas from the stream that I've done and take some approaches. Only ChatGPT is allowed to steal everyone's code. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on the project itself, wherever I lost it. Where is the? I'll go to the finger. On here, there's the issue. So someone should really, before they start working on it, ideally someone comments on here with /attempt for #35. So I'd see that someone starts working on it. So someone actually said they were going to start working on it yesterday at a similar time I did. But then they didn't publish anything. They could still be working on it. They started before me. I have no idea. But yeah. Turns a new bisector using the accessor function.
Breathe it in, don't hesitate. So come, let it seep in.
I'm using D3JS and I'm render a stacked bar chart. I want to render a tooltip. Need a bisector. Not like the main pieces either. Odd that the scale band doesn't have invert. Let's actually just take a look at the dots. I was using time scale. Linear scales should have invert. I'm using, is it band scales? Like ordinal scales, except the range is continuous and numeric. Maybe I'm using the wrong scale. The domain is those. A, C, D, E, F. And then that spreads it between 0 and 960. I have this code, but my X scale is a band scale now, not a time scale as was expected by this code. Therefore, invert doesn't accept. I say band. Or do I even need invert? Where am I doing the invert? Here. Oh, but that's what invert is doing. I'm passing in bisect date. I'm passing in my data and I'm passing in a range, and it's working out the left, the x-axis. On there. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some looking into that, I think. But I'm probably gonna have to call it here for now. Yeah, I mean, apart from that, it's... I'm gonna cook. Talking about cool. No worries. I need to wrap up, but I also kind of want to leave this in a state where it's not got this error here. I also want it to show something. I don't really understand what this X0 is supposed to be. I don't know what bisect date is supposed to return. Const X0 equals 1. It looks like it's going to be a number, like an index, the way it's being used. Yeah, it's not getting the right thing because I'm fixed on there, but yeah, I need to wrap it up there. I'll maybe stream later, if not tomorrow. Cheers. Bye.